Where's my... Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Oh, yo, it's Rainbow. And I am excited to play some more Minecraft today. So, I went over some stuff yesterday. Oh, shoot. Actually, my thing's not... But it's over here working. That's so weird. It's like completely frozen on my screen. Weird. Okay. I have to restart my Minecraft, so give me one moment. Alright. Let's see if it works this time. Wonderful. Okay. Sorry about the delay, everyone. I'm not sure what went wrong with my game. It was reacting on the stream, but for some reason it wasn't reacting in person, so I had to restart, so I should delete that one. And if you're wondering about the second file there, I use that one for testing mechanics and stuff like that in the game. I'm not familiar with every mod pack in the game, so I don't want to like waste a whole bunch of time on stream figuring out how the mechanics work. So that's what that one's for. I hope everyone's having a good afternoon. I'm excited for the weekend, that's for sure. Looks like it's nighttime at the moment. Wonder if I can lure an Enderman over. It just spawned in, so it'll take them a little while to spawn if they're gonna. Let's see. I also spend a little bit more time clearing this area out. Should give us plenty of stone to work with. I can use what I already have in here. Oh, mossy gravel. Or mossy stone. Excuse me. Let me see. That's not right. Whoop. I'll put one button down. I love stairs for how convenient they are, but boy are they annoying to place. Looks janky. Kind of like that though. Wait. Alright, so yesterday I went ahead and made this infinite water source. And I think eventually I'm going to scoot all of these down and take my salamoniac tanks and move them in here. And that way I'll have a more protected area to just go boop doop doop. And I just need to start building those machines. So let me go ahead and pop this dirt back down. Eventually I won't have to block this up with dirt, but until such a time that I have everything set up, I prefer to not die to zombies in the middle of the night. Or husks, or whatever they call themselves. Alright, I need you, you, and you. Got copper, and the rest of my stone. Whoop. I know there was a way to do this. maybe it was this. This? There we go. Perfect. It's a little less janky now. Okay. Lag spike. Yeah. We are looking for one of these. Of course I need wood planks. I did spend a little bit of time yesterday collecting a bit more wood. I'll spend time outside of stream in order to do busy work that, like, I'll be doing since, like, the start of the game. There's no reason you guys should sit there and watch me, like, start from square one every episode or whatever. So, let me take a look at something real quick. There we go. And we'll go ahead and incubator. Alright, that's one of each, and I need one of these. And that's this quest done. And then I make dirt. I already know how to make dirt though, so I'll just show you. So here's the part that's a little funny. We're going to essentially break out the wall right here. And then this will make sense in a second. Now we're going to take this. We're going to pop it right here. We're going to take these three. This is sulfur, salt, and mercury. I'm going to put mercury at the back because I can easily get more of the mercury. Incubator goes right in the middle. And then the salt goes on this side. And this way it keeps the walkway free. But this one's like a star-shaped kind of build. So that's why I have to punch out the wall back here. Because I will have to get back here to this one. At least until I get all the pipes and stuff set up, which is going to be a while. From here... 1, 2, 3... sulfur, salt, mercury, and a little bit of fuel. And there we go. That should get it going. And then, as you can see, it makes 2 dirt per thing. So I'll just grab this real quick to complete the quest. And now that I've done that, I come over here and we've got a brand new tree. Now that you have dirt, your next step is to turn it into grass so that you can start bringing a little bit of green into the world. And by a little bit, they do mean a little bit. We're in a wasteland biome, so even if we get grass, it's not going to look very grass-like. It's going to look a lot more like hay. Alright, first step is seeds. This is going to be fun. He lied. Like a liar. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and eat this. Now, seeing as how I'm over here, on a little island, next to a big old hill, there's not gonna be a whole bunch of dirt over here, or grass over here, so I'm actually gonna go over here. Then we just punch grass. Oh, water artichokes. These are usually so mean to me. They take forever to pop up. This one was very enthusiastic about joining me this time. Mandrake seeds. I'm hoping to get at least 2 mandrake seeds if I can. That one gave me 2. What the heck is my luck all of a sudden? I'll take as many wheat seeds as you give me. I even got a second water artichoke seed before I got the last one. There we go. Let's see, is that all right? What am I missing? Of course I'm missing wolfsbane. The one I never think about because it's so rarely used for crossbreeding. So essentially what we're doing right now is we're gathering up the starter seeds for crossbreeding in this mod pack. Yes, I definitely wanted 2 more things of snowbells. Wolfsbane's never this rare for me, what the heck? Okay, I know I said I'd take as many wheat seeds as possible, but, like, I would like wolfsbane too. Well, at least I have 2 mandrake seeds. That's fun. Oh, this is just getting silly. Usually it's the water artichoke doing me dirty. Nope, there we go. Took forever, but I got the last one. Now, I can set up my farm anywhere, but I'm actually going to set up the first farm in that cave. Because I do not want to deal with mobs and stuff while I'm farming early on. This is an eyesore. I can still get down there, but it's not going to be as wide open as before. This lag is messing with my inputs. Good timing. So, since it's nighttime, we have plenty of time to work on this. Let's see, where do I want this? Hmm. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see how much dirt we get. Oh. You have to click on an empty hand. So, same amount as last time. And I'm going to... What's it called? 6. I have 6. Up. And... just a regular little stone hoe. Alright, and then I will go ahead and... No. Probably should have done that before tilling the soil. There we go. Let that spread for a sec. I will be filling in this with dirt later, but for now I just need a place to crossbreed plants. So let's go ahead and dump some stuff in here. Won't need a whole bunch of cobblestone and stone at the moment. Or planks. Or sand. We'll need lots of sticks. Now I'm gonna do this, and there we go. So to start off with plant crossbreeding, this sounds more complicated than it is. Essentially, every crop will get genes from 2 parents. So we're going to take the wheat seeds, we're going to plant them here. Something's wrong. I already know that. Right, and then I'm going to pop this in my offhand. Is it too dark in here? Let's see. Let's try lighting this place up more. That should be good for now. Why can't I plant you? How off? So I'm gonna pop those down, and then I guess put the crop sticks on over top of them. What the heck is going on? I've never had this happen before. What's wrong with my crop sticks? Something's wrong with these. There we go. I have no idea what was happening there. Alright, so you'll see both of them say fertile. That means that they're growing. And that should be that solved. Once these two are fully grown, I'm going to take these and I'm going to make a cross like this. And that just takes 2 crop sticks. And this is going to allow them to crossbreed. But I don't want to do that early because I don't just want to clone these, because these are as bad as the wheat seeds will ever be. And I'd like to get some good wheat seeds going before I worry about any of the other seeds. Because wheat seeds are like the base seed that you use to breed every other seed with. So having some 10-10-10 wheat seeds, very advantageous. But you can see there are 2 rows of numbers. And those are the parent genes. So the left side comes from one plant, the right side comes from the other, and then, well, actually, yeah, I think that's correct. But essentially, what this means is, no, actually, so, sorry, this is actually more complicated than I made it out to be. So, the left side, I believe, are dominant traits, and the right side are recessive traits. And you'll get a mix of traits from both parents. So it's randomized which ones you'll get. So essentially, you just want all of these to be 10s at the end. It takes a while, and it's very slow going in the beginning. Like, these haven't grown at all. So I'm actually going to continue planting the rest of the plants. But essentially, once these are full grown, we're just going to sit there and watch paint dry. And then over here, I'm just going to plant all of the rest of my wheat seeds. And these ones, I apparently have to click on the crop sticks to plant them. Don't remember that being a thing. And then I'm also going to pop down my mandrakes, because I'm going to need these very quickly. Then I wait. Well, I guess I can. There, I'll have 4 going. That should get me a head start on the mandrakes. Then I come over to the quest book. So we'll get into this stuff in a little bit. We'll get into the composter in a little bit. None of that stuff's like hard. It's just time consuming. I am going to need mandrake and this fluid vessel. Just going to take a style ammoniac tank and some caminite bricks. I'm going to come over here. We're going to take this caminite up in here. Oh dang, I didn't leave myself bone fuel. There we go. That's not gonna smelt up. I'll worry about that later. Let me think. There we go. Man, you'd think I was using all of my brain cells for that. So, while the mandrakes are young, there's actually a way to harvest them that doesn't involve fighting a mob. Oh my gosh. Hi, Bones. Everybody say hi to Bones. I know she can't stay, but it's so great that she dropped in. Alright, so the mandrake is 100% grown. I will show you this one time just so that you know what the mandrake does. It gives you nausea. And that little bugger shows up. And then it gives you 2 seeds instead of 1. And then you get to keep that one. Or it gives you seeds. And that's how you reproduce mandrake if you don't have 2 of them. I'm not going to do it that way, however. Because I don't need more mandrake seeds. I need mandrake. So if I just break the seed, I get the mandrake root without getting the seeds. So if I don't need more seeds, I don't need to fight a mandrake. Alright, so that's 3 mandrake roots. Let me go ahead and break this. That one's empty now, so that one does not have an inventory that retains itself. But that's fine, we actually didn't want the salamoniac in there. At least not right now. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Stone. And then I need fluid vessel, which is why I needed these. There we go. And this should be everything I need. I'm going to take the fluid vessel, we're going to put it here. And I'm going to take this accumulator, I'm going to set it up here, and we're going to slap some mandrake roots in it. Let me check to see if the other mandrake's here. This one's very slow growing. No, not sticks. Alright. Oh, sure, now I can click on the dirt. Whatever. And then we have wheat. I can make bread. Yay. take my campfire. Gonna set that there. It's probably not going to make it all the way up through that hole, but there's something I can do with a little bit more wheat that would allow it to. Give me my toast. It's weird that extra cooking your food supposedly gives it more satiety, I think is the word that they use in the game. But in reality, toast is actually less filling than bread, I think. Slap these in here. Then we're gonna come out here. Snag. Oh. Snag one of these. Slap it in here. And I'll take half of a bucket and a root, and you'll get a quarter of a bucket. So the conversion rate's greedy, but you know, what are you gonna do? One day I'll have something nicer than a dirt door. Much faster than being outside and doing that. So that's going to take a little while to go. We've got a full bucket. So we take this, and we put it in here. And then we take slap that in there. And then we should be able to put that in there. So it only takes like less than a tenth of a bucket. So it's a pretty good conversion rate. We need to come over to this guy. Put these in here, I think. And then that's pretty much all of our copper at the moment, aside from these two over here. which I'm going to leave there for as long as possible. I'll show you guys how we're going to get renewable copper pretty soon, so we don't have to run all over. Yeah, it's Harry Potter magic. I'm sorry, saying I didn't see your comment. There's no way for me to move that. There we go. Now I can see your chat a little bit better, instead of having to break my neck every time I look. Alright. We don't need these for a little while. Oh, I forgot that gives like twice as much salt. Go. There we go. Wrong one. Alright. We now have iron. So that's this one down. Salt and sulfur. Oh. Alright, so now that we have iron, you're almost there, just for these, and then you get iron. So for this one, now that you can access iron, you get the watering can. Higher tier versions are much better, but the basic version can still speed up the growth of crops. I need a bowl and some bone meal. Easy peasy. Oh, I got so lucky. So, the mandrakes in this mod pack don't always turn into mobs like that, but usually you have to be at a higher level before you can reliably avoid that. Bowl, bone meal, iron, watering can. Now, this watering can is going to be very important. I'll show you how it works in just a second. So, you see how these two are fully grown. If I take these crop sticks and I pop them in the center like this, they should crossbreed. However, waiting around for that takes forever. So you grab this. Oh, forgot. Take this over to a water source. You fill it up one time. Only one time. And that's why I always forget to do it. You fill it up one time, you come over, and then you do this. And it bone meals a 3x3 area. For free. for 1 bone meal, a bowl, and 4 iron. So this thing's broken as heck. So you can see it still says 111 across the board. We don't want that. And whenever it crossbreeds, you lose 1 of the crop sticks in the process, which is not a big deal. They're super easy to craft. It's just kind of annoying. So this one, you can see it's got 2s in fertility and 1, 2 in mutivity. And that's good, so we're gonna grab that. Well, good, better. And then we're going to get 2 that are like that, or 2 that have stats like that. Imagine how much longer this would take if I had to do it manually. So this one has growth, gain, and strength. So now we no longer need these 2. Now we repeat the process. And you can see that there are 2 seeds that have no ability to stack with each other. And then these ones have stats, these ones don't, but if I come over here and pop these in here, now they stack, because now they all have stats. So I take these, I slap 1 here, I slap the other here, and then get rid of this because I don't want it. And then you grab this, and then you bone meal the crap out of them. Instantly grown. Do you have any idea how long this process would take if you didn't have a watering can? I shudder to think. Okay. Anyway. Crop sticks. Meal. Apparently this one wants to take a while. That happens sometimes. So you can see this one's got the same fertility and mutivity as this one. So this one just basically duplicated itself. We don't want that. That's another. So I'm actually going to take a second to make some more caminite. Let's... and get that cooking. And I'm going to make another thing of caminite. And I'm going to keep this one as is. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to make... What am I going to make? I might need the planks. There we go. Composter. So the composter isn't terribly vital, at least during the initial aspect, but once you start actually crossbreeding like this, you're going to want it, because any reject seeds you get like this one, you're going to want to put in here, otherwise you will have an entire inventory full of seeds that you can't use. I'm going to go ahead and slap down some crop sticks for the other plants I'm going to need to grow, just so that I can get my inventory cleared of seeds. So, wolfsbane, there we go. Water artichoke, and then belladonna. And then I come over here, and I toss them in. The mandrake is the only one that's really annoying to duplicate, I think. And then I don't want a bunch of base level wheat seeds clogging up my inventory either. And we come back over here and we continue at it. So this one's got mutivity with 2 2s, fertility with a 3 and a 1, and gain with 2 2s. So this one is pretty much better than this one. So come over here, grab this one, pop it in here. Grab this one, and some crop sticks, seed, and the water. You want both parents to be fully grown before you slap down the crop sticks in the middle, otherwise you're just duplicating, which is annoying. And then, boop. And now we've got 4 and 3 on fertility, 3 on mutivity, and 2 2s on strength. And you basically go back and forth, seeing which one would benefit the most from being replaced. So this one isn't necessarily a proper upgrade. So we're actually going to... Okay, so this one's weaker. We're gonna go boop, boop. And water this one. And so whenever you don't have... Oh. So whenever you have one that's not like a proper full upgrade, it might still be beneficial for the 1 or 2 brain. For the 1 or 2 stats that are better than the previous one. And so in this case, because there's a 3 on fertility here, this one got a 3 on fertility instead of like a 2 that the other one could have passed on. This one also has a 3 on fertility. So this one's guaranteed to have 2 chances to get a 3 on fertility, 1 chance to get a 1, and then 1 chance to get a 4. And that's how the Punnett squares works. So imagine how complicated it is to go down the entire list trying to figure out what variations you could get. This one looks like a copy of that one, which makes sense because this one isn't fully grown. What was I thinking? Let's just do that. Shoot. So you will accidentally harvest your crops sometimes while doing this. So this one's like a direct upgrade for this one, so I'm just gonna punch that. Punch this one. Slap that here. And come over here and get rid of that one. And then we essentially repeat this process until we have 10s. So you can see that this one isn't really an upgrade. It's got more 2s and 3s than this one has, but it doesn't have that 4. And it's got 2s instead of 3s. So that one isn't really worth replacing the other ones with because it might set other stats back. So whenever that happens, you can just throw it out. See, this one has a 5. 2s, 3s. And it's only got 1 more 1 than this one. Okay, it looks like a better upgrade for this one. So we punch this one. Slap that in there. Grab this. Plant it over here. And we just go back and forth like this until we end up with better stats. Okay, I think this one's worth replacing. Man, my brain's not working very well right now. I'm not sure what work did to me, but it certainly turned off whatever makes my brain actually work. You can tell because I just stopped thinking in the middle of that sentence there. So we've got 4s and 5s. We've got a lot of 1s on this one. So it might be worth keeping, but not in my case. We'll just try again. This is just a clone. Yeah, see, this one's also not really worth it. Every once in a while you strike out and end up with a lot of the worst genes and then one better gene, and the better gene looks really tempting, but it's going to set all of your other stats back. This is way better because the 2s, or the 2s in the recessive side, are really good for making sure that, like, at the very minimum, your bad stats aren't as bad. Strength 3. Okay, I think this one's better to replace. Because with 2 shots at that 2, and only 1 shot of the 1 here, I think this one will do better over here. Oh, wait. You can take the cross stick back by just right-clicking on it again. I'm not sure what's up with my lag spikes. I might have to restart my computer again. I swear, anytime I open up a web browser, it just instantly, like, tanks my processing power. I can't wait to get my computer repaired. So this one's gain would be 2-2. This one would also be 2-2. This one would be a gain in just about every other sense. So I'm willing to take a hit on one of the stats in order to get a bonus to all the others. And those are the trade-offs that you just have to make whenever you're doing this process. Otherwise, you're going to be here forever. Three. I don't think that's worth it. So you'll notice I have 1 chance at growth 1 and 2 chance at growth 2. But this one has 2 growth 1. That happens sometimes when 2 things crossbreed and you don't end up taking either of them. It'll mutate 1. So in this case, it mutated a 1, and that sucks. It's really sad. So it might have been an upgrade in other regards. Oh well. I'm not willing to reset a stat in order to get one number higher in others. Ooh. Okay, so this one's got a 7 and a 6. That's really good for fertility. Growth. Or gain, sorry. Growth. Utility's down from this one. The strength is up. Okay, I think this one's the better one to replace. So as things get a little more complicated, as things progress, you will spend more time sitting there doing the back and forth thing. Honestly, you don't have to think about it as much as I am, but that's mostly because I'm on screen doing this for like an audience. So it doesn't really make sense for me to like not put in the effort to actually pay attention to that. But if you were to be doing this, you can just reset, reset, reset. Ugh. I don't really think that one's enough of an upgrade to be worth it. I think this one's better for it. Alrighty. Alright, so fertility 7 and 3. 4 and 2. But utility is way down. However, compare these two, 7 and 3. 6. Gain goes up 1. Growth goes up a lot. Utility only goes down 1. Strength actually goes up. But I lose that 6. I think it's worth it, because I still keep the 7. Love conquered hate. See, I want to pick this one because of that gain and growth, but it's not actually better than the ones I have. That's the difficult part once you start getting to this point, is stats will look good and then you read through them and you realize that they're just kind of a side grade instead of an upgrade. Ooh. This one, however, this one's a direct upgrade. That's awesome. I love it when that happens. My back hurts. I hope you guys don't mind me sitting here staring at a field all night. Because this might be fun for me, but I doubt it's fun for everyone else. I don't like those ones. It's good in some regards, not in others. Okay, I'll take 1 for... Oop. Wait. Nice. My brain. Oh, it's raining. Doesn't look like there's anything in the immediate vicinity to snipe the crap out of me, so that's good. Alright, we're gonna come over here. We're gonna do this. And we're also going to do this. Now that smoke will raise much higher, but it still looks like it's not quite reaching outside of the cave. But that's fine. It should at least be visible from a distance. I'll put more of those around here as time goes on. Ooh, lag. Ooh, my brain. Hi, Catherine. I hope you didn't send that message ages ago. I'd feel sad if I missed it. Doesn't look like it was ages ago. Just a little bit ago. I hope you don't mind a low-key stream. Right now, I'm just crossbreeding plants. Okay, this one's a direct upgrade for this one. Let's see. I think that's worth it. Oh, Catherine, you're in school, right? You know about Punnett squares. So each of these has a dominant and a recessive gene. And so I'm basically just playing the lotto of trying to get a child between the two plants that has better genes across the board. Oh, 9 and 8. It's really good. Okay, this one can go. Boop, boop. But yeah, you have to make sure that both crops are fully grown adults before you crossbreed them, because otherwise well, actually, no, that's pretty appropriate. I don't think you should crossbreed with children. How did you manage to get 7s in fertility? That's my best stat. How dare you? You get to go in the composter. 10 and 9. Gain. Okay, I think that's good enough for this one. Boop. So yesterday I had like 4 toasts to my name, and now I have enough wheat that I can start making hay bales. Nyeh, nyeh. 10-10. That's our first double 10. And it's pretty much an upgrade in every way except for growth on this one. However, it's also better in every other regard to this one. So instead of crossbreeding with this one, I'm actually going to clone it. There. Instantly double 10. Now that I've got both dominant and recessive at both 10 on both of these, fertility will only go down if it mutates. And 7, 5, 4. Oh, wait, they're clones. Like. Alright, 6, 6, 5, 8, 10, 8. Isn't this fun? It's gotta be so entertaining to watch. Especially while I'm sitting here just explaining it to people. 7, 8. But we're getting close to the end. Once you're able to get a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 wheat, you can get all of your crops to be that good because wheat crossbreeds with everything. I mean, you say that, but is it entertaining? Because there's fun and then there's entertaining. And watching me read numbers the entire time isn't necessarily the most riveting gameplay. But we're getting close to the end, at least for this stage. Because next, I'm going to breed new plants. You're right. I shouldn't claim that farming isn't fun gameplay, so there are way too many really popular games that are just farming. Oh, that's so good. Okay, this one's the worst one. I'm really glad I made a ton of crop sticks. Otherwise, this would be so annoying. Okay, let me straighten out my spine. Oh, spider hisses where? At this point, I could go out and fight spiders, but it's actually not worth it. And I'll show you why in a sec. So we've got a bunch of 10s over there, 10s over here. Set this up. Let's see what we get. So I now have 4 perfect stats on this guy. So I'm going to take this one, get rid of that one. Take this one, get rid of this one. I'm just going to duplicate this one. Because now I only need that growth to increase. All right. So now it's just growth. Which is already increased once. Nice. I wish I had a third hand so I didn't have to keep putting down my watering can. Oh, my phone's going off. Nothing important. Nothing more important than farming. You ever say something and then realize you're a giant dork? And now you're a dork with an audience? Well, like a mutant hand, or like a robotic hand, or even like just the ability to duplicate myself so I have like 2 sets of hands. Sorry, I went outside earlier and I got eaten alive by bugs because I'm delicious. Oh. Mistakes were made. So as things increase in fertility gain, growth, mutivity, and strength, what you end up doing is you end up with a crop that actually gives you more, like, resources per harvest, grows faster, doesn't need as much, in the way of the, soil amenities. I'll show you in just a second once I get these to 10, 10, 10. There we go. That's our first one. We don't need either of these now. I'm gonna slap this in here real quick. So, you've got 10s across the board, and wait, hold on. Mutivity, strength, fertility, growth, resistance. I don't know what resistance is, but you don't really see it when you're hovering over anything, so I'm not too worried about it. But if I pop this out and I look at the page about wheat, because wheat was the first thing I checked in here, you can see that the light level can't be lower than 10. The ground needs to be wet. the soil needs to be slightly acidic, and the nutrient contents needs to be high or very high. However, if I turn the page... Oh no, wait. Where is it? Oh, maybe it's not in there. That's weird. Well, let's look it up in AEI. Wheat. MineCraft and then So here you can see the exact same stats I was just talking about: light level, wetness, acidity, nutrients. But then as you increase the strength, suddenly it can be any acidity beneath slightly alkaline. It can be any wetness aside from flooded or arid and dry. And it can be in light levels as low as 5 and still grow. So as you increase the strength, it can also grow on more soil types. So farmland, pod soil, rich soil. And that's true for all crops. So I'm going to be breeding for another crop soon. And that's going to require some gravel, but it's also going to require being waterlogged. It's going to require all sorts of stuff. But as that thing increases in strength, especially as it increases in strength to 10, 10, 10, it's not going to be as finicky. So from here, you see these mandrakes are all 1, 1, 1. I'm going to go ahead and break them. And then toss these ones in here. And then I'm actually going to slap this down. And this here. So get this up to adult. And I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to get a backup seed for... Well, I'm essentially going to clone the wheat and crossbreed with the mandrake. And a couple things can happen. And I'll show you in just a sec. So this one's now mandrake wheat. And you see all those 10s, right? So I can break this and this and replace this mandrake with the 10s. And get rid of this one. That was all 1s. So now this one's 10s and 1s, and this one's 10s and 10s, and it's already duplicated itself. And then we just grow them again. We go again. So now something different can happen. We can crossbreed mandrake with wheat like this one, or we can crossbreed the wheat with the wheat. So we've got all sorts of stuff going on. Hi, Cake. I nearly missed your message. I was too busy getting into the weeds, as it were. So let's see what we get from this crossbreed. And then a third thing can happen. Okay, so this one's just a worse wheat, so we just get rid of that. And then we've got a mandrake that's got 2 10s in gain, and so we replace this one. And then you notice I just got like 3 mandrake from 1 harvest, and that's going to be a big increase in production. So I only need like 1 plant at 10s compared to like 4 of the base mandrake. So I break this, pop this here, and grow it. Whoop. So that one's wheat again. We don't need wheat. Wheat again. Wheat again. That can happen to a whole bunch, so we're just gonna go until we get a better mandrake. There we go. So this one's almost all 10s. So obviously we replace. Whoop. Barf. Lag. No, wait. Don't do that yet. Oh my god, the lag. My poor computer can't handle this much high-octane farming. And then we've got 10s. So from here, we've actually got to do something slightly different. Get rid of that one. And then we're going to clone this one. Which is taking a while. There we go. And then we're going to have the same problem we were just having. Sometimes this will make wheat. And the reason we're doing this is that we want a mandrake instead of a mandrake wheat. Because while a mandrake wheat seems perfectly usable, it'll on occasion give you wheat instead of mandrake, and that's not something we want. We want pure mandrake. And now we've got it. Why aren't you growing? Come on, you know you want to. In fact, no. Let's move you. I'll slap you over here. So now that we have a 10-10-10 mandrake, we won't have to worry as much about gaining iron. However, we need more wheat. Because it doesn't really matter how far into the game you get, you always need food. And currently, the best source of food we have is unfortunately toast. So I'm going to make about half a stack of toast. And the rest is going towards haystacks. Ow. So, quick tip, don't run onto the campfire. I'm kind of dumb sometimes. Let me see. I'm just gonna pop one of these on top. I'll remove that in a bit. I want to not run onto the campfire by mistake. Yes, so, I mentioned how you could get the crossbred mandrakes, but I was looking in the book earlier. Let me go grab it and I'll show you. And it was showing me some stuff. Well, I have all of these different types of plants, so I'm actually going to pick them up. There we go. Slap all of them, at least for a second, into this. And now it says 6 researched plants. So, I come back over here and I replant all of them. In a slightly different order, but who cares? Alright. Just let those regrow. I don't really need any of these crops right now, so I'm just gonna... This doesn't compost. This is a literal snowball. So I'm just gonna toss these over here. And then everything else I'm gonna toss in this guy. Did I not get wolfsbane? Huh. Oh well. Actually, yeah, that does happen sometimes. I hear you, Cake. Thank you, I appreciate you hanging out and lurking while you can. Okay. Oh, I just left bread over here to hope it doesn't despawn. There we go. I appreciate you guys being here so much. You guys have no idea. But yeah, now we actually have a renewable source of food. We're not going to be starving all the time, and I can sprint as much as my heart desires. Ow, my foot. So, if any of you know anybody with, like, inflammation disorders or, like, chronic pain, chronic joint pain specifically, I cannot tell you how little people are aware of just how many joints there are in, like, hands and feet. It hurts so much to have hands and feet sometimes. Don't recommend. If you can, evolve without feet or hands. It's not worth it. I know I was just talking about gaining a third hand, but, like, I apparently am an unreliable narrator, so... What the heck? Oh, okay. Looked like a different crop for a second there. I was trying to figure out how I managed to crossbreed a different type of plant with my wheat. Alright, so now I've got half a field of wheat. I'm just gonna break that. And then I can come over here and I can break these. I don't need them anymore. So this is also a really good source of bone meal, but I don't actually have a use for bone meal just yet. So we're just going to accumulate that slowly. And then once I do have a use for it, I'll have it. All right. So I was talking earlier about crossbreeding. Let me show you this book real quick. So we already saw the wheat page, but now that we've researched a bunch of other ones, they're going to go in alphabetical order, which means wheat should be the last page on this. So if we crossbreed wheat with belladonna, we actually get a crossbred plant, which is a new plant. And then you can come through here and you can see wolfsbane with mandrake makes something, wheat with snowbell makes something, snowbell with water artichoke makes something, snowbell with water artichoke, wheat with wolfsbane makes something. And then here's the list for wheat mutations. Remember when I said that wheat will mutate with anything? Yeah, wheat is like the... let's just say wheat is a very cheap date, you know? So we've got Snowbell and we've got Belladonna so far, but we're very quickly going to fill up these other 4. So, I'm gonna slap this back in here. And it was... I think those were these 2. Slap you here. Slap you here. Let's get your sticks. And then I just do this. We go. Leap. Lag spike. Alright. We've already got it. So, this is my favorite of the wheat crossbreeds. I'll slap it over here. Where are you? I hear you, Mr. Enderman. Oh. Come on, let me see your face. Alright, I know that's a little scummy. Enderman hit like a truck though, so I don't feel bad about it. I am going to need to farm a lot of Endermen, so I'm not really gonna worry about whether or not it's scummy. I will also need this Inferium. Alright, so I've already got this one. But I also just want a better Belladonna plant, so I'm going to continue with the crossbreeding. Or not. So when you're crossbreeding multiple plants, you have to be very careful about something. Your inventory's gonna fill up fast. Let me go dump these mandrakes in the thing over here. Which one's it? You. I don't have my bucket, otherwise I'd do that. So that one's gonna take a little bit to grow while I work on this. Helps if I pop these down. So that's Belladonna and wheat, and I can get rid of this one. This is just wheat and wheat. That happens sometimes. Alrighty. Wheat. Carrot. Well, that was fast. Wheat. Carrot. So now that we have 2 carrots, let me show you. This one's Snowbell, this one's wheat. So we can end up with 3 different crops this way. But we're aiming for carrot, carrot. Oh, it helps if I put the middle stick in. There we go. Carrot, carrot. So many carrots. And then we just completed one part of the 2-part edible plants mission. And this is basically just a mission telling you how to crossbreed things. But again, I already know how to do that, so I'm just skipping over the reading you guys the instructions and actually skipping to doing it. All right. Dump that in there, and now we have plenty of bone meal. Slap this carrot over here. Well, been a while since I did that. Oh, and I can show you this now. Flax. Flax is one of the most useful crops in the entire game. I don't need spiders anymore. Moving on. Carrot snowbell, carrot snowbell. But the stats are better, so let's get to that. Yay. I'm gonna have to turn these into bone blocks, aren't I? Or just do that. How do you... I mean, I guess it's technically possible, but how did you get all of the worst recessive genes? I just want carrot, carrot. There we go. Now, you do have to be careful when doing this. I've gotten a little lackadaisical with it, but you very easily can accidentally throw away a seed you did not mean to. That's one of the reasons why I don't break one of the crops until after I've gotten rid of the one that I plan on composting. That way I don't accidentally compost the one I planned on keeping. There was one instance where I crossbred a plant, which is great. I love that. And then I accidentally, well... Oh, skeleton up there. Am I out of planks? I am. Weird. Well, I only need 3. But I accidentally composted the 10-10-10 version of it, or at least the closest I had to the 10-10 version. So, yeah, I had to do a walk of shame and rebreed that one. That was rough. I'm just gonna slap this down here for right now. Now, I would do a sleeping bag so I could sleep wherever, but I would like this to be my respawn spot so I don't have to do the walk of shame from all the way over there anymore. There we go, carrot 10 10 10. That's all we needed. Alright, so now we got carrot. I'm just gonna pop this one over here. And we can ignore that for now. We'll get back to these two. There we go. Then we duplicate the snowbell. Seeing how we already got the wheat crossbreed we needed. Nope. Didn't mean to do that. You're gonna be another annoying one. I hate it when this happens. So, for some reason, the snowbell doesn't want to duplicate or copy itself. So I'm gonna have to crossbreed it with the wheat again, which is obviously so much fun. Alright, now we've got 2 seeds. Let me get rid of these wheat seeds. There we go. Like Spike. Are you serious? I can get carrot by... Of course I can. One of these is wheat. There we go. I'm officially done with you. So snowballs are like one of the most annoying in order to get a 10 of, because it gives you 2 byproducts instead of 1. And they don't compost. And I'm not going to need those ice needles for a good while. So, this belladonna is not quite 10-10-10. So we're just going to continue breeding this for a little bit. That's sweet. That's wheat. Go ahead and make a couple more crop sticks. Sweet. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be at this all night. There we go. But You mutated twice and you ended up with such bad stats. What the heck? That's better. Honestly, I think the worst part is the upfront. Oop. I think we'd be better off just duplicating that one instead of keeping that one. Stop mutating such bad stats for gain. There we go. Nope. Careful where you click. We're so close, I swear. I just need to not have crappy luck. There we go. Alright, time for water artichoke and wolfsbane. Now, let's see. Have to grab that. Potato. I need flax. Oh, no, wait. Wolfsbane and wheat. You. More fun times. Potatoes. And wolfsbane. So I have the chance to get wolfsbane from you. I'll keep the seed for now, though. Wait. Well, that was lucky. Let's see if that goes better. Let's see if I can get a good wolfsbane from this. Potato, potato. I'll take that. Wolfsbane. Okay, I know you can do it. There we go. You can do better than that. Ridiculous. There we go. It's so much fun doing this. Highly recommend. I joke, this is busy work, but like the result at the end is definitely worth it. It's just tiring until you get there. Especially when you keep getting bad luck. Whoa. I love Enderman farming. Especially when you have a proper kill spot. There we go. Alright, water artichoke's pretty much the only one left now. Potato. 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 Ooh, I got some poison in the potatoes. I'm gonna go cook some potatoes. Just 4. And the rest I'll compost. Now, we've got a very important job to do now. I need a 10-10-10 potato. It's potato wheat. Just potato, please. Potato wheat, and it's not 10-10-10. Potato wheat. Oh my goodness. I'm about to run out of crop sticks because of you. I'll replace you. Well, that's it. I'm out of crop sticks. I guess I have to craft more now. Ugh. Ugh. All this effort. Because you don't want to give me the most simple, straightforward answer to this, which is all 10s. This one's entirely 10s. This one's almost entirely 10s. That's 3 potatoes. And only 1 wheat. And you keep choosing the wrong option. Ugh. Potatoes. Why do you hate me? It's not hard. I know it's physically possible to get it. At this point, you're just being mean to me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna be nice. Thank you. Yeah, it shouldn't have been that hard, but you know, random luck. All right, now that we finally have the potatoes. Just checking to make sure I had the right seeds. I would have screamed if all that effort went into me accidentally tossing the wrong seeds. Am I making the right one? Let's go ahead and grab this. So at some point you are going to run out of ruins. Thankfully, there's a special kind of flower called the caprotia. You can breed that can harvest trace amounts of copper from the water. The flower will only grow on a waterlogged crop if you successfully crossbreed the caprotia, but the crop stick it's on is not waterlogged. It will not grow. Additionally, it can only grow on gravel at strength 1. The plant species can be... a plant species can be recessive. So use your magnifying glass. So basically, if I'm sitting here and I'm looking at carrot potato, and then I look at one and it says carrot caprotia, I grab that because then I can breed for the caprotia instead. Pumpkin! Well, I'll keep it, but that's not what I'm looking for. Carrot potato. I am breeding the right one, right? Whoa, forgot about this. There's gotta be... Oh, there we go. Okay. Back to what I was doing. The caprotia. Oh, that's the problem. Well, at least I got pumpkin. So how are you today, Steph? Caprotia and wheat. I'm gonna set that over there. I'm doing well. My back hurts, my hands hurt, but that's like my chronic pain thing. So, all in all, I'm doing pretty well though. Although my brain's going a bit laggy, and so is my game. But the game is because I'm running this off of a laptop that's not quite up to the task of MineCraft. All right, so, like, I've got 2 caprotia seeds and a bunch of carrot seeds that I don't need. So, Cuprosia only is supposed to grow on gravel, but it needs to be waterlogged. So the best way to do that oh, I don't have any gravel. There we go. No. I'm off work. No more email. Okay. So the best way to waterlog plants is if you have a spot for the waterlog plants to run into. So I'm going to take this. Oh. That's not what I meant to do. This and this. Slap this here and here. And then... where's my bucket? Let's see if this works first. Not really the result I was hoping for. That is also not the result I was hoping for. Okay, that's this. So the thing about these crop sticks is they won't flood unless you actively flood them or unless they're turned into a source block by something else. You have to be careful how you do it. So if I set this here, it blocks the water. If I set this and this and this, oh wait, I have to go the ground again. Screw it. I'm gonna need more of these. Alright, so essentially if I do this, and then this, and then this, it should go this way. It should. We'll see if it actually does. Bit. Bit. And I'm just gonna... just in case. There we go. Stays in place. Leg. Oh, shit. How did you get in here? Guess I should board up my door again. Clipping through the wall a little bit. Alright, let's see. Oh. Gosh darn it. I'll set that there. Take that away. Alright. This should work. Put that there. It stays. Grab this. I put it here. And it goes into that hole. And from here, I should be able to grow them. Yep, it's fertile. So these are called Cuprosia. They... oh. Well, that was kind of what I was hoping for. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Let's hope that they don't give me wheat. Or that. Or literally the same thing that they already are. There we go. Oh my goodness, I know you can grow fast. What the f— I forgot that plants can spread onto blocks that they can't grow on. Oh well. Don't crossbreed. Screw it. We'll play there. What we're gonna do is just multiply it now. And I need my gravel. Rude. Well, let's go build another excavator. But yeah, the reason this approach is so important is because it gives me copper nuggets. And copper nuggets are pretty much the only way I'm going to be able to play this game long term. I am going to need a lot of copper. In fact, copper is actually going to end up being one of the building blocks I end up using later on. But for right now, I just need... I don't have enough. Another excavator. I'm keeping the flint for right now, even though it's not the most useful. My reflexes today are so bad. That's all. I don't need any more places for things to spawn. And of course the sun's setting. At least I have a bed now so I can sleep through the night. Alright. I'm just about ready to set up my caproscia farm. Once I do that, should be good to go in a couple of different areas. Still a little shy. Alright. BD. Just got that a little bit. Nice. Oh. Leg. All right. I've got one left over, so all right. I need way more sticks than this. Good, good. Well, sun's setting. Better go sleep before I die to another skeleton. Oh, man. Bro. Trying to give me a heart attack. I love you too. Rude. Well, now that the Caprotia farm is spreading, I should probably work on the rest of the quests. Alright, let's see. What do I need? No mandrake root, which I can grab up here. There's so many. There we go. Then I need a cauldron. I need more iron. So I guess it was a good thing I was working on this. Oop, I'm not messing with that. Let's try avoiding accidentally waterlogging the slab again. It's so slow. Yeah, stream is going well on my end. Oh, you said that like 4 minutes ago. I should probably pay a bit closer attention. I've just been zoned out. I've just been like locked in. I wonder how long I've been silent for. It's been a hot minute. I'm surprised you guys are still here. I've been zoned out for so long. So I was thinking earlier about how I mentioned before that, like, I accidentally conditioned myself to think of MST3K while playing Minecraft. Well, I found out recently that it actually works in reverse too. I was listening to MST3K while I was working because my current job doesn't require a whole lot of, like, thinking power so much as it requires a lot of, like, activity. Like, I have to click around the screen a whole bunch, but it doesn't require me to think very hard for the work that I'm currently doing. So that leaves me with a lot of extra brain space, and with ADHD, that means that I get distracted really easily. So I'm trying to find, like, the right kind of video content in order to keep me from, like, completely mentally checking out. And so I was listening to MST3K, and then lo and behold, I'm sitting there, like, having visions of me playing a different mod pack. It's called Pixelmon. And it's like Cobblemon, but the models are a little closer to the Pokemon models. And, like, it's like I got transported back in time. I was just watching myself play that. I was terraforming a sunflower biome because I was looking for, what are they called? An Alolan Meowth and a Petalil, and both can spawn in sunflower biomes, but Alolan Meowth can only spawn on path blocks for some reason. So I was sitting there terraforming sunflower biome in order to try to spawn both of those Pokemon because they're part of my favorite, like, squad. So, like, I was doing that. Well, sorry, I was working while remembering that. And then I was sitting there like, man, I want to play Minecraft. I'm like, I'm at work right now. I should be paying attention. And then right now I'm trying to get a good surplus of Salamoniac going. Because this stuff can be popped into this guy from Mercury. And that's at an exchange rate of, like, 1 to 5. So this right here will give me 30. And that's just so much more efficient than a lot of the other things I could be breaking down for that. Oh. But I'm also sitting here listening to, well, I'm not really listening to it. Do you ever have, like, a song stuck in your head to the point where, like, it might as well be playing on loop, but, like, obviously you're not actually listening to it? Oh, how have you been liking Violet so far, Steph? Oop. Nice. So I'm trying to remember the gym leaders. I know that there's the... Well, I don't want to give any spoilers in case you haven't seen all the gym leaders yet. Yeah, there's exactly one class that asks a question that isn't obvious. And it's because it's a trick question. I can't remember what class it is, but the question is how many Pokeballs do you get if you spend a certain amount or something like that. And it's a trick question because the amount that you would get you 10. Except if you get 10 Pokeballs, you also get a Premier Ball as a free gift. So, that one's a trick question. There you go. I gave you the answer to that test. I am now officially a cheating upperclassman. But yeah, anyway, I was talking about the song stuck in my head. If any of you are a fan of Iron Mouse, Music Box of Fate came out a while ago. So recently there was a cover of it done for charity, arranged by Wonder Riku and Starlight Daryl. And it's so pretty. In like, not the most, well, I mean, the video obviously is very polished, but like, okay, if the lag would stop making me swim instead of... Seriously. I didn't think it required that much brain power in order to not misclick. Oh my god. Anyway, so Starlight Daryl and Wonder Riku arranged for a bunch of people to get together and do a cover of Music Box of Fate dedicated to Iron Mouse and put the proceeds towards her deficiency charity event fundraiser thing. So all of the proceeds are going to that charity. But I was listening to it and like, so there's some things going on with the closing of VShojo, which is Iron Mouse's original corpo. She used to be a corpo VTuber and now she's indie because of some stuff that was going on with VShojo. And one of the things that VShojo did was they told Mint Phantom that they liked her idea for an indie, well, not indie, but like VShojo idol group, VShojo does individual VTubers a lot, but they hadn't done like a generation or a wave before. So Mint Phantom, when she joined, was like, hey, I'd like to form a group, which is like the first time VShojo would have done that. And they're like, we love that idea. We'll go ahead and arrange for models and things like that. And we're going to have one of the people hold off to debut until the group is ready to debut as a group. And then just for over a year left them hanging. And then went bankrupt before that person ever got to debut. So they literally, none of their stuff is like actually available to them. They never got any of it. So essentially that idol group was being held hostage. But for the Music Box of Fate, they actually got to sing together for their portion of the cover, and they sound beautiful together. It's so sad that they didn't get to debut as a group. I'm still holding out hope that eventually they can give it another go and all debut as a group. But I'm not sure if that's still tied up in legal or anything like that. So fingers crossed, but I'm not too sure whether or not it's possible. But yeah, so I've just got the cover of Music Box of Fate playing in my head rent free. And like legitimately, I didn't know some of those people could sing so well. Like I knew that Wonder Riku was really talented when it came to like music, but I didn't realize he was really good at singing. Like, and then I've never actually heard Shiabun sing. He's got a gorgeous voice. My voice just cracked really bad. Oh, if you want to check it out, there's 2 videos that I would recommend. There's the original, obviously, but then Iron Mouse did a reaction to it. And if you want to hear a VTuber bawl her eyes out, that would be highly recommended. But if you haven't listened to Music Box of Fate, I would also listen to that before the cover of it, so that you have a frame of reference for the song itself. Like, I could info dump about Iron Mouse for a while. I'm a huge fan of hers. You can ask my roommate how much I just do not shut up about her. Like, anytime she does or says or like appears anywhere, apparently I immediately go into info dump territory, which I guess is something I'm already doing, so that tracks. And 6. I'm gonna do 2 more, and then I'm just going to put the rest towards hemoglobin fluid. Mm. Alright, so I need salt and sulfur. Like, my brain. Oops. Seriously? The sun has to set right now? All that time I was spending in there, and it sets as soon as I go outside. That's so rude. Oops. So, Steph, do you have a favorite Pokemon? Oh, Houndoom is such a cute one. That might be my favorite dog too, but it's tied with my Yana. My Yana's cute, but like not as stylized. It's just dark dog. Hmm. I think my favorite Pokemon is still Petalil from Gen 6. I have no idea how I got so emotionally attached to that little bulb, but I would die for that Pokemon. I love Lilligant. It's such a good design. And then the Hisuian Lilligant too is also very nice, but it in my opinion, that's one of the Hisuian that don't surpass the original. But I am always glad to see Lilligant actually getting some appreciation. So I'll take it. Oh, come on. Leave me alone. No house calls. I just had to set up in a cave. I had to be unique. Let me think. Do you have a favorite, like, regional variant? I can get 16 currently. Let's just go on this. Oh, Alola Raichu was so good. It was so cute. Alola had a lot of really good variants. I think Alola had my favorite variant and also my least favorite variant. So my favorite Alolan variant was blanking on her name all Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix is so cute. Oh my god, they're bringing Mega Evolution back. I forgot about that. I'm so excited. Honestly, Mega Evolution was probably the biggest draw to Pokemon since, like... since probably the original 4 games. We'll call it good for now. That's 32, that's 29. That's 8 we need. In there. Just need... oh. Yes, I love Alolan Vulpix so much. But then my least favorite of the Alolan variants is Galarian, not Galarian, Alolan Persian. Because, like, hi, Cake! I snapped out of the fugue state that I was in earlier. I was so deep in the sauce. Sorry I missed your comment earlier. Agile, that's illegal. Yeah. We were talking about Pokemon just now. If you guys don't mind being in the recording, I could hop into the voice chat. I just I need to make sure that I'm not sitting silently in my stream. And if I have you guys muted, then I will just sit here and listen to you guys talk all night. Nami Iron. One more. I like Alolan Meowth. I just don't like the Persian. Mostly, I like the personality that Alolan Meowth shows. But the evolution into Persian is just... oh, the face being twice the size of the other Persian is just... it's not cute. I'm sure they were trying to go for, like, a fluffy cat, but they just ended up going with Balloon Head. Balloon Head Meowth. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Persian just looks so bad. I try not to bully them, but it's so bad. And it's a shame because Alolan Meowth is so cute. It's just Meowth but gray and with sass. Alright, now that I've got some iron... what was I working on? Got the anointing paste, now I just need to... by the time I get through some of these quests, I'm gonna be like level 100, I swear. Yep. Okay. It's a big smiley face. And I'm gonna pop out here. Finally gonna remove this. I'm gonna try to place it on top. There we go. And then I'm gonna come around this side. And I'm gonna anoint it. Bam. You like how that paste managed to change the actual physical shape of the cauldron? Magic! Okay, if the sun would stop setting every time I step outside, that'd be great. I'd really super appreciate that. But yeah, no worries. I'm sure you're already out of ad jail now, so you're probably not even here anymore. But no worries if you don't want to be voice chat while you're streaming. You need so many crop sticks in this game. And I complain as if I don't absolutely love this mod pack to pieces. Like, if it actually bothered me, like, I wouldn't even be here. But obviously it doesn't actually bother me. I'm just one of those choosy beggars. Might as well finish up while I'm here. Right. That'll be an entire field worth of copper. Alrighty. Another book. Yay, I finally get saplings! I finally get saplings! It's been so long! No more dead wood! Okay. I probably just blew up someone's eardrums. Interested in what? Yeah, Minecraft is one of those games that sinks its teeth into you and never quite lets go. But it's also one of those games that, like, if you just sat there and played it, eventually you'd burn yourself out. And it's not like... So it's not like Minecraft, like, makes you want to play it again on its own. It's always someone else having fun that makes you go back. Alright, so I need belladonna, water artichoke, bone meal. What was that? Oh, you can get way more if you have... That's just an oak sapling. Sweet. That's actually really good to know. Oh wait, I just walked right past all the things I needed to harvest. Not mandrake, water artichoke, belladonna. So I got 4 of those. I'm gonna harvest the artichoke a couple more times. And I'll just repeat this. Like 3 times seems fair. No, 4 times. What am I thinking? There we go. This cauldron takes 3 buckets of water. And then... Let me double check to make sure I've got them in the correct order, because unfortunately, these rituals do require them in a specific order. Belladonna, then artichoke, then bone meal. Alright. You want to see how annoying this is? You have to throw them one at a time into the cauldron, and then once you've created a combination that has an incantation for it, it turns green and it does this swirly thing, and then eventually you can take your thing out. And now I have 1 mutandis, 2 mutandis, 3 mutandis. I have to take them out individually for reasons. Then I come over here, I grab this, and I go boop, boop, boop. I pop up here and I repeat the process. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and you gotta be careful, because it has to boil before you start throwing the ingredients in there. Yeah, so this enchanted, one of the more frustrating of the mod packs in here. Mostly because there's no actual way that I know of to speed up the process. There are some, like, rituals that, get you more product at a time, which is fine. That's a good solution, but it's not the best solution, because it still means that you're sitting there repeating this process a lot. So yeah. And you sit here and you wait for the animation to play until this turns from a dark green to a light green. And it's done. Okay, now I have some mutandis. Now, this is the fun part. You go out, you find yourself a dead bush. There are 2 here. You put the mutandis in your hand, and you go back. Yes, that's my favorite tree. Woohoo! First shot. And then I think trees can grow on dirt, on dried dirt. So let me just set that there and see if that grows. Oh, I'm getting so lucky. That's 2 really good trees right back to back. So I'll leave those there for right now. And I've got a little bit of time before the end of the day, so I will go in search of more dry bushes. Eventually I'll need dry bushes in order to do the bees, but I do not have the resources in order to do the bees right now. Jungle sapling. Oh, bleh, bleh. Rude! That's better. Giving me a dead bush in exchange for a dead bush. Rude. Alright, now I've got spruce. The good news about spruce is that it actually gives you a resource that, like, you can't get otherwise. So it's very vital towards this mod pack that you actually get it at some point. Ew. I don't have any torches for either. I'm just gonna pretend I never saw that. There we go. Sure, why not? There we go. And now we get inside before something shows up to kill us. I'm surprised I haven't seen any villagers spawn. Usually after you've been playing for this long, you start seeing them everywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. There's no reason to stay up right now. So what's been your favorite gym leader so far? Some of them are, like, more beloved than others, so I'm curious. It's fine if you don't, like, want to go into all that. Wait. Oh wait, what am I doing? I can grow trees using my handy dandy watering can. I'm so silly. Oh yeah. What was her name? Was it like Ione or something? That's been a while since I actually watched someone play. I kind of forgot her name. But yeah, I absolutely love her design, and her personality is really cute too. There's like two versions of a streamer character, and like one is going to be one of those influencer types where they're just loud and obnoxious and turning everything into a challenge for no reason, like, oh, stand on 1 foot challenge, because they don't understand that those challenges are like decided by the masses, not by an individual streamer. I mean, not usually. I'll say, like, I'm pretty sure Jax Films is the one who started the bingo popularity. Like, where everybody was suddenly doing bingo as stream content for a while. It was like everywhere for a bit. And the only reason I say Jax Films probably originated that is because he's like old school YouTube, and like a lot of his content is seen by a lot of legacy YouTubers because he's been around for so long. But there's always, like, I could obviously be wrong. I also don't care one way or the other. Because I'm not like one of those people who's like, oh no, such and such owns this concept. But I do find it funny whenever, like, whenever people, like, show up to, like, an old school YouTuber and they're like, you stole such and such's idea, and then it turns out that no, such and such obviously took inspiration from them. But because that person's more popular, everyone's just like, yeah, that was their idea. That sort of thing. Like, I think PewDiePie once did, like, last week I asked you something or other, and people, like, got mad at Jack's Films because he had a series called Yesterday I Asked You, and apparently did zero research because all they would have had to do is, like, click on the video and see that it says Yai number, like, 400 something, and then realize that, oh, so this is a this has been, obviously, as far as time goes, this has been a long-running thing. At least a year, I guess. But yeah. I really don't blame people when that happens either, because, like, because you end up in your own bubbles and things like that. And so when you see somebody from outside your bubble doing something, you don't stop to think, like, wait, how long have they been doing that? Who did it first? Who's copying who? My streamer can't be the one being unoriginal. And then you realize that, oh no, streamers just borrow concepts from each other all the time. I got onto this when I was talking about Ione. My brain is silly. Yeah! But I also feel like at a certain point, the whole Simpsons did it first thing doesn't really work anymore, because at that point they've thrown so many things at the wall that they've tried, like, everything at least once, like, theoretically. Obviously not. They repeated themselves a lot of times, and the show's kind of, like, stagnated a little bit. Yay! Pink! Pink! Alright, so this is why you get the Brodex. It gets the branches. Oh, it's so nice. You don't have to sit there and, like, go, where's the other thing? Where's the other thing? Where could the other thing have been? Where's the other thing? Instead, you just break it, and then everything disintegrates, and it's lovely. It's so nice. So one of the reasons why I do cherry blossom trees is, oh, oops. So, like, that oak sapling dropped an oak sapling. That's it. Like, oaks are one of the better ones for dropping all of their saplings, but that one cherry sapling dropped 9. So I could cover this entire, like, area in cherry blossom trees in no time. And, like, it's gonna add so much color, and I'm gonna have so much wood and pink. Ba-da-dee-dee. Oh, I missed a sap. But yeah, and then jungle's like the worst. Because like I don't know how they set up the drop rates, but jungle pretty much universally drops fewer saplings than it takes to grow the trees. Like, you'll grow even the small variant of the jungle tree, and just it drops like 0 to 1 instead of 1 to something, you know? It's so bad. So the reason I'm doing this right now is because I want to get some wood for charcoal. So like I'm not planning on keeping the alder wood until like I have a recipe that requires alder wood. So instead I'm just gonna go through and chuck it in here. I forgot I had these in here. That in there. And then I will toss yeah, I don't need these anymore. Yay, cake! Wait, am I getting raided? I don't have alerts or anything, so I actually, yeah, I got raided. Thank you, cake. I like how you guys were also in my chat, and then because you also came over in Cake's raid, you're now Cake Raiders. So how was stream? What did you guys play? Parasite Eve, PS1 game from '98. Okay. Let's see. What was I just... How did I do that? I have coal. I'm silly. Anyway, what's that game about? Whenever it comes to like old retro games, a lot of them were like really interesting when you get to talking about them. So, oop, and it's dark. Look, I finally got a bed and crops. And Cuprosia. Horror genre. Ooh. Yeah, anytime you start messing with genetics, it's like... Okay, Mr. Enderman, you can, like, go someplace else. You are not welcome here. Oh, I can't wait to have... Seriously? Give me 2. It's not hard. But yeah, anytime you start messing around with like genetics and stuff like that, that always like freaks me out because like in real life we screw around with that stuff all the time. And like I know it's not horrifying in real life because it's like, oh, yeah, they use like spider DNA in certain plants and things like that, but it's for like silk production, which is not as terrifying as venom production, if you ask me. But, like, in real life, a lot of the things that... You're joking. That entire tree, and you don't give me one sapling? This is the stingiest oak tree I have ever had. I'm gonna have to mutate one of these guys. I'm gonna have to get more mutandis. Ugh! Oh wait, I probably shouldn't plant that if I want to come back and mutate it. Ugh. Wrong button. Sorry, I'm checking to see what's going on in the server. Okay, Saint, you're not allowed to be hilarious. It's rude. Saint's at level 69 in what is it? Combat cycle. And he's like, alright, nobody's allowed to do anything now. I must stay here. Alright, I can't be reading all this on stream. I'll read through it later. It doesn't look like anything urgent. Alright, I need just so much more inventory room. Oh, chest. Regular chest. Interesting. Ugh. Okay, let's see. Mutandis. I love how you guys can like see in real time me get distracted immediately. And I need you. That's 4. You. That's 2. Yeah, watered artichoke's the only one that I haven't gotten up to 1010, and I just can't be bothered right now. Alright. And then bone meal. One, two, three, 4. I set down those chests so I could get more room in my inventory. Guess what I forgot to do? Drop literally anything off. All the wood's going in there. Oh yeah, this mod pack has a sort button. It's so nice. One, two. Oh, you guys weren't here for this. Or at least if you were quiet in chat. This is one of the mod packs, Enchanted, and it has one of the most annoying methods of, like, reloading. So, obviously this requires 3 buckets of water. Barf. But also, the rituals require items in a specific order. So if I'm like, oh, let me just toss in all of the correct items in this order. Nope. That will fail. So instead, you have to very specifically toss it in. Belladonna. See, I just did it. And it won't accept the water artichoke now. And then you just go, oops, that didn't work. And then you have to do this. I didn't even mean to demonstrate that. I am in pain. Life is suffering. So as I was saying, you wait until it boils, otherwise it'll fail. You throw the items in the correct order, otherwise it will fail. Then you wait for the incantation to finish, which takes longer than it should. And then once it does, it changes from dark green to light green, and then you pick it up 3 times, and congratulations, you have intended. And then you repeat. One, two, three. You forgot you need an empty hand to pick it up. One, two, three. Can you tell I'm not the biggest fan of this particular? Oh, don't worry. Vanilla Minecraft is just as confusing. You try figuring out the enchanting situation without referencing someone else's guide or an actual, like, website. There's no way to intuit that in-game. My copper fields. My fields of copper. Alrighty. This is a cute tree. I'm not chopping it down. I'll chop down this one instead. See, this one gives me freaking 5 saplings for the effort. I'm just gonna leave this open now. So we were talking about Pokemon earlier. Does everybody have a favorite Pokemon? I need that. Jeez. That's so annoying. Yes, I know, Tim. I know you love Dunsparce. I don't blame you. Dunsparce is like top 50 Pokemon in the entire game. And that's saying something because there's a lot of Pokemon. And even amongst like top 50, he's pretty far up there too. No, oops. Oh, I love Legend of Zelda. Breath of the Wild lives rent-free in my head. Every once in a while, I just like... Whenever, like, I'm spacing out, that's one of the screensavers that my brain does. Let me just think about, like, riding a horse through the Tabantha fields. I suppose I should actually breed you for better stuff. Oh yeah, you were busy with stream earlier, but do you guys want to do the VC? What do you mean? Oh. That's fair. I just realized I've been carrying my hoe around with me forever. Why was I doing that? And I have all this room now. I could toss everything in here. I don't have to carry half of this around with me. Yay. She's go outside. Wheat. How did you get wheat? Did you just... There are two parents here. Okay. And then I'm going to replace you with that. And get rid of that. This is the riveting gameplay that you guys missed out on while you were away. Actually, I think Athena was still here when I was doing this. I think Steph was the one that missed out on this part. Oh. Did you have the audio on? Did you hear me, like, go silent for, an entire, like, 30-minute period? You'll have to send me the link to it. Unless it's already on your, That's fair. I don't blame you for that. It'd probably be kind of overwhelming listening to me talk and also trying to think and talk at the same time. Ugh, wheat. There we go. Eventually it'll be... $10. What am I doing? Gosh, I'm all sorts of discombobulated all of a sudden. Ooh. I don't think I've checked out your banners yet. I'm gonna have to do that. I have to check out Athena's hard work. Now you guys know how I got so much bone meal. Are we seriously going to increment ourselves all the way up to 10? Please don't do this to me. It's not that hard. You have 2 parents, both of which have 10s. You can just replace one of the 5 stats with a 10. There's no rule saying you can't. There we go. See, I just needed to talk to it. I needed to explain what it was allowed to do. Leg. Let me break these 2. Let me come over here. That's a bad idea. That works. I'll just break this for right now. I'll plant it again once I'm done. Oh, wait. If anybody doesn't know what I'm doing right now, I've got 10s across the board, but I've got water artichoke and wheat as the genetics. And I just want water artichoke. So that's the last thing I'm trying to do. It might take me a bit. That's the opposite of what I want right now. There we go. So I already did that with the Snowbell, the Belladonna, and the Wolfsbane. This I got by accident. But it's all 10s, so that's pretty good. I don't care if it's half potato. I will fix that later. But I want to have at least my basics at 10-10. Because when I go to crossbreed them with the wheat or any other items or any of other of these, that helps it to not take half a millennium to get 10 crops. Let me put that back there. That there, and then put that. Okay. And then now I have 47 water artichoke, not counting the one in the chest out there. So now I can sit here and farm the belladonna. Alright, 48. Then I just need lots of bone meal. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to collect this and spread it through here. And go boop, 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 boop. I'll just sit over here and do this. Before long, I'm gonna have like a like an auto composter, but I need to get like 2 hoppers for that, and it's gonna be like this vertical monstrosity. So I'm just gonna like hold off for a sec. Let's see. Well, that got me 10. Which makes me feel a little less bad about just stealing the rest. Wow, that's literally all of my bone meal. Nighttime. Honk shoe. Honk shoe, Mimi. Alrighty. Look at these skeletons burning to death. A bunch of losers. I'm gonna go steal their bones, because while I did just use up all of my bone meal, what I actually need are bones. And I'll explain why for that later. But yeah. Ooh boy, will I need a lot of bones. And unfortunately, there's lots of crafting mechanics out there, but there's not one that's just like, hey, do you want, like, bones? I can't craft them, so I have to collect them. Okay. Belladonna. Water artichoke. Bone meal. Oh god, I just realized how much I have. Oh. I don't want to do this 48 times. Guys, I don't want to do this 48 times. You can't make it. Why can't you make it? What's going on? bones are made of pain. Oh. Well, I am glad that the game got rescheduled and not just canceled, because I know that can be really disappointing for the kids. I mean, here's hoping that your game goes well, though. I need something I can waterlog. And do some plates. Because I'm getting sick of, like, reaching all the way over there for... Whoop. Oops, I goobered. I goofy goobered. Perfect. You know what? I think I'll set some stairs around too. Leg. That's much nicer. And I can grab from there and pop in there. Oh my goodness. My back. Okay. Oh, I just punched my microphone. I hope you guys didn't hear that. It got in my way. No, actually, I'm just clumsy, so kind of like how people will say I ran into a doorknob and then they're like, wait, 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 I know how that sounds. I thought I screwed that up for a sec. That turned red really quick. This thing has the same issue I have with my work currently. The waiting period is a little on the vague side, so I'm never quite sure exactly how long I need to wait for anything. How long is too long? How much is too short? That sort of thing. Alright, I'm gonna call it quits there. So let me get out the chest. Pop this down over here. And this will just be where I keep all of my ritual stuff. Otherwise I will go insane. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm getting so close to getting some upgraded items. I don't want to bother with like iron tools because in this game there is a much better tool variety that's about iron tier. So if you're going to do iron tools, it's very likely you're just going to end up tossing some tools out. So I'll just be patient and do it the right way. Let me just boop. Funkshu Mimi time. So, Cake, I know you and Athena are playing your own Minecraft server. Is that vanilla Minecraft or is that modded Minecraft? And if so, what mod pack? I'll take that, yeah. Gonna need 4 of them before I can get a tree anyway. This is my least favorite kind of cherry blossom tree because it's so small. Seriously? Whoop. Alright. So you in here. And I need you. No. Didn't know that could carry over. Good to know. Ooh. Hey. From the start, you shone brighter than the sun to the fire at the night against the wills of God's will fight, chasing the sound. Alright, let's check the quests, see how we're doing. Well, I should have checked this a while ago. Any AoE tool, already done. Yes. Then we need a witch's oven. And then at least 3 of these. Let's see what it takes. That's pretty cheap. Given we've got our copper production up and running. We go. Whoop. These will have other uses besides this. Blit. Blit. Like. Blit. Witch's oven. Quest complete. Woohoo. And I come over here to this one. Lava buckets. There's other. Where's there's lava again? Oh. There's one up that hill. There's one all the way over there. We're not gonna mess with that one. Oh, looks like we're heading over here. I should probably bring more buckets with me, huh? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's go harvest all the copper. And I'll just quickly make up some buckets. Get back here. You're not close enough to these Caprocia when you're harvesting them. They fling things everywhere. Alright. I think that's plenty. Like. Whap, whap. Whap, 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 whap. Three buckets is more than enough. I burn it all for you. Nothing else can sway my heart from the start. You shone bright in heaven's star. Through the fire and the light, against the wills of gods, we'll fight, chasing the sound. I can't believe I made that jump. Found it. Yeah, I could grab these while I'm up here, but there's no longer a reason to. Ah, this will make such a good base for a portal. Like it's gonna kill me. But I don't mean that in the cute way. I mean it's probably gonna actually kill me. And I'll drop my lava buckets, and then I'll have to come back for my lava buckets. I like how I can have a lava bucket. Sorry, lava in a bucket, and I can go completely underwater, and it doesn't turn into an obsidian bucket. The other things required for the... I think those are... Yeah. God, those are expensive to work on. Four each? Ah. Fine. Alright, so what I'm building right now is called the Witch's Oven, and it allows me to take things like saplings or other items and burn them in there in order to create what are called fumes. So let me look this up. So you take these clay jars, you pop them in here with like a rowan sapling, and then you can get Whiff of Magic, or spruce saplings and get Hint of Rebirth. Odor of Purity for Hawthorn, or birch for Breath of the Goddess. And you just go down the line. Logs create foul fume. Saplings create foul fume. Which is probably what I'm going to be putting the cherry blossom saplings towards once I'm done mutandising the crap out of those. Oak saplings can go towards exhale of the horned one. Oh, is it only jungle sapling that gets foul fume? Never mind, jungle saplings are like the rarest sapling. Oh, and meat, obviously, but good luck getting meat with no mobs that drop meat, so. Oh, but you do get cooked food afterwards, so that's good to know. I could fish up some fish, but that's not what I'm going to use that fishing rod for. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 80 seconds. One, two, three, four, five, six. And then I don't have iron box. I need 3 of them. Oh, I have just enough. Oh, It's it's worth it. As much as I don't want to right now. Okay, so what I just spent literally all my iron on. The witch's oven. Okay, cool. No props. The witch's oven is an interesting block. Let me slap it down right here. Boop, boop. And then boop. So, the way these work, this gives a chance at getting those fumes. These increase the likelihood of actually getting them, so I don't have to burn through smorgasbords of resources in order to get it. So I'm going to need lots of these rowan trees. Lots of these alder trees. Where's my hawthorn tree? Lots of these hawthorn trees. You can't tell, but I'm watering it right now. This apparently makes it grow faster. Watering things in the rain makes it grow faster. But yeah. There it goes. Let's hope that you drop me a sapling. Anyone else see something just like yeet itself? Oh, it might have been cherry blossom petals. Yeah. And hawthorn wood is very pretty. But I am a pink fiend, so I will probably be mostly using cherry blossom. And of course the sun's setting, because why wouldn't it? It's not enough that it's raining. I will say, I kind of want, like, an overhaul to the rain in Minecraft. Because it all just sounds like a sheet of sound. It's not even like white noise, it's too overwhelming for that. It's like static in your ears. So I'd like an overhaul to the rain to make it sound more like natural rain. Because natural rain doesn't have that one consistent shh. It goes shh, shh, shh. And then it gets lighter, and then it gets heavier, and then, you know. But at no point does it just sound like static. This one gave me lots of saplings. And twigs. Or sticks. Chasing the sound. It's like 11 at night. Do I want to call it a night? It is the weekend, but I do have things to do tomorrow. But also, I don't really care. Well, I guess if I don't care, I'm not doing it. I will not have to craft sticks again. Oh, I don't like that. It's hiding up here in my very impressive trees. They're in the cave. Oh my gosh, that spider got me good. Where's my food? Fantastic. I'm so smart. Full heartises, please. Alright. What else do I need to continue on this quest? Experience. Gold leaf. Alright, brilliant fiber. No, I don't get to do that recipe for a while. I need to get this, everything else I have. So that's hawthorn and rowan trees. I knew I was farming those for a reason. I didn't have to look at the quest. Personally, it's not like I'm really expending much effort. This is essentially just like me sitting down and talking with a friend while also playing my favorite game. So, do you think it's more of an attention span or just like your ability to talk for long periods of time? Yeah, hyperfocus is like 90% of how I do everything. And also like, how do I put this? I'm gonna have to think on how I want to turn that into a sentence. Attention span, even when I'm playing games. I'm only playing 2 to 3 hours at a time. My brain can't focus that long. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Cause like, if it's like Crash Bandicoot, I couldn't play that for like 8+ hours. Cause it's one gameplay loop. But Minecraft doesn't really function like a singular game. It's more like a world that you do things in. So as long as you have goals in mind, that's part of what I was struggling to articulate. Like, as long as you have structure in how you're like moving forward, you don't get burnt out as quickly. Because like, whenever I'm like mass producing iron, for instance, well, in order to do that, I need lots of copper. So I go around collecting copper from the area around me, and then I bring it back here, and then I process it. But then I'm like, okay, I need a renewable source of iron. So I get to farming, and that gives me a new task. I set up the farm in there so that I can get the cuprosia. That's why it gets the cuprosia, then I have to build the farm. Then once I have that, it has to spread. And once I spread that, then I have all of the copper. Then I have to turn it into the iron. So there's like always a next step to what I'm doing. So at no point am I sitting there going, what do I do? I guess I can go farm cherry logs until I have enough to build a fortress around my cave. So I stop getting raided by zombies. But that's gonna take hours. Because that's what kills me in vanilla Minecraft. Is just... I don't have any structure in vanilla Minecraft. I have to bring the structure myself. Jump up in my face. That's rude. I don't have structure in vanilla Minecraft, so one of the reasons I like mod packs like this is it channels me towards a goal, and then I can veer off to the side and get distracted by this, but then I can always loop back around and continue. Oh yeah, Breath of the Wild was really good for just, here's a goal, and here's 1,000 ways of getting to that goal. Have fun getting lost in those weeds. And they have such a great, like, engine built, not engine, gameplay loop built around the objectives. Like, I brag about this to like literally everybody who will listen. In Breath of the Wild, one of my favorite things that I just discovered was that you can create an updraft with enough fire. That's fair. Whenever it comes to like getting distracted and suddenly you're like blowing stuff up, part of what keeps me on track with hold on. How do I... There we go. And bot. There we go. Sorry about that. I had to take care of annoying bots. I didn't know they could find me that fast. But how did bots find small streamers to do that too? I've always been curious about how those work. Because obviously I don't have the skill set in order to build a bot, so I just don't know how they literally function. Let's see. I cannot remember what I was saying. Oh, gotcha. Is there a way to sort by small streams? Or is that like a certain like categories you like scroll through and you like sort by viewers? Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm fighting off hiccups and it's like really bad at the moment. Alright. Okay, gotcha. Gosh, you'd think I've never been on this site. I do it all on mobile, so like while I spend a lot of time on Twitch, all of my stuff is like kind of annoying to sort through. So I always just default to whoever my preferred streamer is, so I'm like almost always watching like Filza whenever he streams. And Filza is like... all he does is play Minecraft hardcore. Like hardcore Minecraft, the game mode, not just so hard that I would have to describe it as hardcore. Although I would, because like he is one of the people that taught me how to play video games with a goal in mind. Because he's been playing the same hardcore world for almost 6 years now. And before that, he had a 5-year world that he lost. So not only does he spend all of his time like trying to make sure that he doesn't die in the game, after a certain point, you get to a point where like things aren't really a threat to you anymore. And then it's just finding goals to work towards. So you start with beating the game. And then you start with defeating the Ender Dragon the max amount of times in order to get the end portals, or the extra portals around the end island. And then once you've done that enough times, then you work on spawn proofing the end island. The end island has caves in it, so if you want to spawn proof it, you have to delete just about everything. And you're in a void, so if you like break a block beneath you and there's nothing else underneath it, you just fall into the void. And that kills you in hardcore. So then it's stuff like that. So like Philza, when he was doing the earlier part of season 4, I want to say, of his hardcore world, of his hardcore series, because he'd had other worlds before. I believe one got corrupted, and I don't remember what happened to the first one. But I know that, like, obviously that one ended for the other ones to start. There we go. But yeah, before the 5-year world, he'd been doing Minecraft to like 4 viewers for like over a decade. He's been streaming since Twitch was called Justin TV. He's been streaming longer than Twitch was Twitch. And before that, he was on YouTube, just uploading videos. So like, he's been around. And the reason he stuck around as long as he did, playing Minecraft specifically, is just because the game's open-ended and it allows him to just, like, create his own goals. The 5-year world that he died in, he died to, like, what was it? He was spawn-proofing an area in order to clear it out to create something called Chaos Caverns. And that's where he was collecting each type of mob in the game, which was like a lot of work. But in the process of spawn-proofing things, the areas that are spawnable spawn a lot of entities. So he ended up on the other side of some stone, and he was like, okay, I can hear all the mobs on the other side. I've got all my stuff. I'm just gonna break this and kill them real quick. And he was swarmed. He didn't have a totem in his hand. He didn't have anything like that. And that's how he ended up losing that world. But like, the way you keep going with a game like this is you just pick what project you want to work on. And then you start at the beginning. All right, in order to say I wanted to turn this into a giant skull, I'd have to pick out what material I needed, or what material I wanted to use in order to turn it into a skull. So then I might go and look at all of the like white and gray blocks and try to find a block palette is what it's usually called. And then you can freehand it, or you can plan it out using a mod called I actually can't remember what the mod's called, but it basically overlays the blueprint in your world, so you can just place blocks and not worry about the design, or you can freehand it and you just like try different designs until you like it, or you try a smaller scale one, like say I build a smaller scale thing, and then I'm like, all right, and then here's where the teeth are gonna be, that's where the nose is gonna be, and then up there's gonna be the eyes, and then the skull on top. And then you go about collecting enough of the resources in order to do it. So, like, a lot of it's just picking a goal and then slowly chipping away at the progress of it. Right now, Philza is creating, he's on a new project called, well, I say new, it's called Project Bioshock. And he's basically just building an underwater city with a whole bunch of conduits and stuff. Well, I mean, he hasn't flooded it yet. He's currently mining out a giant hole, but he built a bunch of conduits and stuff so that he could drain the area so that he could start mining. So I just sat there and I watched him place like lines and lines of moss in order to section off areas, and then he went through with some dry sponges and just soaked up all the water in the area. So just... And the funny thing is, his streams are entertaining. I'm not sitting there watching paint dry or anything. He's sitting there and he's talking, and chat's talking to him, and they're just hanging out while he does it. There's a certain like level of camaraderie that you have with your audience, or even with yourself, where suddenly the game that you're playing isn't the entertainment, it's the setting. And then you and your audience are the entertainment. Because you just want to spend time with people. I'm going to force these to grow because I'm impatient. But yeah, I guess that's like a bajillion words in order to say, like, it's about, like, breaking down tasks into smaller tasks. And that's, like, a big ADHD thing, too. Like, it's kind of overwhelming to think about, like, cleaning the house. But if you think about, oh, I'm going to grab a trash bag, and I'm going to walk around my entire house, and I'm going to pick up trash. And you just ignore the dirty dishes, and you ignore the dirty laundry, and you ignore, like, the dust. You just focus on the trash. And suddenly, that's one less thing that you have to, like, sort through in order to get to the dishes, or to the laundry, or anything like that. So... looks like some people might have popped off, so I should probably go to bed sometime soon, but I'm going to be up for a little while longer. If any of you need to leave, I don't mind at all. You guys have a good night, okay? I'm going to sit here and continue talking to myself. Ugh, I got crunched. Oh, that one spit out so many saplings. Ooh. What level are you gonna be? I only ask because I can't just, like, tab over and check. 27, nice. After a while, the war room takes so long to update or upgrade that it almost feels like it's Christmas by the time it does. Oh, wait until you hit like 30, 35, and you have to have everything upgraded to the right level. Because, like, for a while, you just have to upgrade the, like, one building that's required for the upgrade. And then for 37, you have to have them all upgraded. It's whack. It's crazy. So, Saint, you mentioned earlier that you liked Zelda games. What was your favorite Zelda game? You mentioned the ones from like the 80s, but there's like Majora's Mask, and then there's Ocarina of Time. Were those 80s or were those 90s? I was like a babby at the time, so I don't quite remember. There we go. Whoop. Let's not fall into the hole. That hurt my brain. Alright, so I'm just gonna do like 8 of each. The rest will go, well, like half will go in here, and the other half will go over here. Twilight Princess was so good. In fact, it was so good, my stepsister actually named her cat Midna. Oh, I don't think I ever actually ended up getting around to playing Link to the Past. I'm so dumb. I'm like, oh, I forgot to put the things in the thingy. No, I didn't. Those I kept out intentionally. Ugh. Yeah, she also named her other cat Poe. You know those like ghosts? She was a big fan of those too. Versus me, I'm over here. I named Crow Crow because she's a black cat and I didn't want to name her like Midnight or Luna. So I was sitting there thinking of other appropriate black cat names. And then because I named her Crow, when I got Robin, I'm a big Batman fan and especially a big Robin fan. So in a cute kind of like accidental way, I left myself the perfect opening in order to just name my cat Robin and literally mean the Robins while also having a naming scheme for my cats. It almost feels like cheating personally, but you know. Nobody can judge me but God. Yeah, I swear God, I swear cats get into, like, whatever you name them. Like, they like, start embodying it as soon as you name them. Like, it shouldn't be possible for them to understand what you just named them, but I'm convinced they do. Hoover up all of my materials. And I float on over here. Bobbling along. Bobbing along. Oh. Oh, come on. You couldn't have waited just a little bit longer. Is that pronounced Lycoi? Oh, I actually got to play Oracle of Seasons. I had it on Game Boy Advance, and oh man, I was so young at the time, I didn't understand how any of the puzzles worked. And I bought it secondhand, for the record. There was another save file on there that had pretty much beat the game, except for like a couple of the later puzzles. And I didn't know how to do that either. They had all of the stuff unlocked and I didn't know where to go. So that one was a lot of fun, but I was definitely not old enough to play that one at the time. Or not smart enough. One of the two. Oh, I know those werewolf cats. They look so scrungly. I love them. I also love sphinxes. I saw your comment about the sphinx, and I was sitting here trying to figure out how to pronounce the Lycoi. But sphinxes are so cute. I wish, like... I wish them being bald didn't actually cause them, like, difficulties with grooming. Because with haired cats, their ears and stuff don't get much dirt in them because of the hairs growing on them to keep the dirt from getting inside there. But with sphinxes, you actually have to, like, train your cat to let you clean their ears out. It's not like a miserable experience or anything. Wah! bastard. You fucker. And yes, I hear you, Mr. Husk. Ugh. I need to light up under these trees better, apparently. He killed himself. Why am I so bad at video games? Sorry, I'm yelling into the microphone. I don't even want to blame it on lag. I know I'm lagging, but I don't even want to blame it on lag. I don't think I don't think skeletons would bother me so much if, like, they couldn't see me from so far. Because, like, zombies, I get... Zombies, I get being able to see me from, like, forever away. But, like... if skeletons can snipe me from a bajillion miles away, I don't want them to be able to see me from a bajillion miles away. They don't have eyeballs. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Alright, so, I'm going to teach you a really complicated recipe. There you go. I was talking about... Oh, Sphinx cats. That's what I was talking about. So, Sphinx cats don't have, like... They're not like pugs. They're not, like, bred until, like, their body stops functioning or anything like that. It's more like... not having a biological trait kind of complicates matters, because then you're in a situation where, like, things that you don't think about when it comes to that trait end up becoming complicated. So, like, if you were to create a human who has an extra finger or whatever, then sorry, if you were to create a human that has, like, one less finger. So if we originally had 6 and then we go back go down to like 5. Then you're going to end up with like holdovers from when we had 6 fingers, like an extra muscle in the arm or something like that. They're like biological traits that were designed with that trait in effect that no longer have that trait in effect, and then it causes issues. It's like when you have a version of Minecraft and then you go back a version, you'll suddenly have a whole bunch of items that like are glitched and errored because they don't exist in that previous version of Minecraft. That sort of thing. Oh yeah, if anyone ever wants to know my toxic male trait, it's my ability to yap someone's ear off about literally anything. I only feel a lot bad about it most of the time. I love learning new things. It gives me something new to yap about. But also, I'm like the cat in the curiosity killed the cat thing. So, like, I'll learn about something, and I'm like, oh, that's terrifying. I almost wish I could unlearn that. But knowledge only goes in one direction. The moment you start becoming dumber, that's when you know you're cooked. Oh, see, the trick is you're not supposed to let on that you've learned something. You're supposed to, like, learn new things and then be just useless enough at it that you have to, like, keep asking for refreshers and things like that. Like, hey, just checking. This is how this works, right? And then they don't automatically assume that you should be the one to go to for it. Even if you are just as capable of telling people. Okay, finally time to start. I mean, yeah, but is that really an issue? Like, if you get the job done, is the issue, like, turnaround time? Or is the issue, like, they want you from 60% efficiency to, like, 80% efficiency? I don't know. So, the reason I added those, these fume funnels on, I put 8 saplings in here, and I only got 4 odors of purity. Imagine how much worse it would be if I, like, didn't have those 3 on there. I would be here all day. Ah, concise is for squares. If you want concise, that's when you, make a PowerPoint. Ugh. Now excuse me while I grab a big chunk of wood so that I might make more torches. I love face planting into stone. I'll fix that eventually, but not today. I've got too many things on my to-do list today. Like, you can tell it was lag because I was like squat, and when you're down here, you can't tab into a furnace, so I should not be able to do both at the same time. Oh, you're gonna be at Gotham? I'm gonna show up too. I'm not very enthusiastic about it, but I want to support the team. I'm just sitting here rotating in my chair back and forth. Oh, what's your guys' favorite dried fruit? Mine is banana chips. I only mentioned that because I'm really craving some. But, like, finding some in the area that are, like, not really expensive is kind of annoying. I heard kitty. I'm really torch spamming at the moment. I do not need this many torches. But I figure if I'm having issues with mobs spawning up here, I might as well go way overboard. That lag really messes with my brain. I don't get motion sick until I start lagging. Thank you, Mr. Enderman. I love what you've done with the place. Everybody's an interior designer when it's someone else's space. What is that? Why is there always another place for these things to fucking spawn? At least it's an Enderman and not like... a skeleton. That's nice at least. No. Oh, fuck. You guys see what's happening? A lag spike happened when I was moving my mouse, and now my thing's broken. Yeah, I'm not touching my mouse at the moment. Okay, I guess that's as good a sign as any that I need to go ahead and head to bed for the night. I appreciate everybody showing up and hanging out. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. I will probably try to stream again tomorrow if I can. If not, don't worry about it. I appreciate you guys having been here. Shoot. I just gotta get my mouse to actually hit the end stream button. I'm making progress on my way over there. Sorry, guys. Jeez. When it rains, it pours. I'm gonna have to restart my entire computer to fix this.